Oh, I thought that was Linda. I was like, wow. Earlier, Chris spoke in there. Okay, we'll call it to order. Throw stuff at it. Are you ready? Call the Pulaski County Special School District School Board meeting for May 11th to order. Roll call, please, Mr. Delaney.
Gillen.
Here.
Keller. Hahn. Here. Brimley.
Here.
Thomas.
Present.
Ward.
Here.
Delaney. Here.
Would you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Tonight we're going to start with public comments. We have quite a few public comments, so I've asked several people to read them. I'll begin by reading a letter to the board from Tom and Brandy Carroll, parents of an 8th grader, a 6th grader, and then also from Jonathan and Lauren Ruthven, parents of an 8th grader and a 5th grader. Dear board members, we are writing to express our reservations regarding the plans for a modified block schedule for PCSSD Middle School next year. We have received very little information, but from what we have been told, the plan is to shorten most classes in order to expand the time students spend in math and English language arts to 80 minutes each. We've been told that the Ford NGL program adopted by all schools in Pulaski County require this schedule change. That is simply not true according to people who work for Ford NGL. The program does not impact middle school at all, and thank goodness. The idea that our middle school students would be focused on training to be employees is pretty horrifying. We've been told that classes will only be shortened by 5 minutes each. That can't be true, because taking 5 minutes from the remaining 5 class periods only yields 25 minutes. We are concerned about students being taken out of science and social studies. With all that is happening in our world today, there has never been a time when it is more important for our children to understand science and the world around them, to understand other people and cultures and how our government works. We assume the state standards for these classes have not changed, which means teachers must cover the same material in significantly less time. This will be stressful and difficult for students and teachers. It will likely create more homework and lead to lower level of understanding and retention of the material. We have amazing facilities for music and art instruction, and the best teachers our kids could ever wish for. But how do you teach band in 35 to 40 minutes? How do you learn to play an instrument when you barely have time to unpack and warm up before it's time to pack up and go to another class? How do you create art when you have to clean up your supplies as soon as you set up? Fine arts education supports students' emotional development, provides a sense of achievement, and keeps students engaged in school. Musical training helps develop language and reasoning, increases coordination, and builds imagination and intellectual curiosity. As for 80 minutes in both math and English language arts, how will we have enough teachers to even begin that schedule? How will teachers keep the student engaged for 80 minutes? How will they accommodate students with different needs? We are told that they won't teach the entire time. Some time will be spent on Lexia and Alex math. But what about kids that have completed Lexia some multiple times? There is only one level of Lexia for middle school. It is considered remedial. Each student must complete it each year. High achievers have the questions memorized. What about the students who have completed all 3 years of Alex? Forcing accelerated students to do busy work has been a problem for years, but sacrificing time in other classes for it is a disservice to our students. How will students with different needs be accommodated? Students with dyslexia could be frustrated without a break. Students with hearing loss suffer from listening fatigue. The mental health of our children should be prioritized over their standardized test scores. The move to middle school is tough enough without spending speeding through most of the day. The American Psychological Association, in the Article 20, Principles of Psychology for Pre-K through 12 Creative, Gifted, and Talented Students Teaching and Learning, states that the emotional well-being of students affects performance, learning, and development. According to the article, emotional well-being is integral to successful, everyday functioning in the classroom and influences academic performance and learning. We are told that next year, 7th graders won't be able to test into Algebra 1. What kind of acceleration plan will be used for high achievers to keep them engaged in math? Why should they slow down in middle school when it forces them to rush to catch up in high school? Our high-achieving students should not have to sit around and wait for others to catch up. They should continue to be challenged and allowed to work on a higher level. At the same time, having students who struggle in the classroom with high achievers could negatively impact their psychological well-being. According to the APA, students cope better when they attribute failure to lack of effort rather than to low ability, because the former fluctuates and is controllable. Having classes separated into groups by ability during a longer class period could lead students away from a growth mindset and towards believing intelligence is a fixed trait. As you can see, we have a lot of questions about how this new plan will be implemented and how it will impact not only our children, but every student in the district. The lack of transparency as these decisions are being made is inexcusable and has eroded the trust PCSSD families have placed in the administration of the district. We are working hard to support our students and build a strong neighborhood school at Robinson and are willing to fight for our kids. There are many who aren't willing to fight, though, and their children will be enrolled somewhere else next year. Sincerely, Tom and Brandy Carroll and Jonathan and Lauren Ruthven. Who has the next letter? Brian?
To whom it may concern, we would appreciate the following to be read at the PCSSD board meeting on Tuesday, May 11th. Additionally, there are individual comments after the signatures. Contributors would like these to be presented to the board as well. It is our hope that a positive discussion will ensue. Thank you. To the PCSSD School Board regarding proposed 2021-2022 middle school schedule change. Dear PCSSD School Board, as it concerned parents, teachers, and community members, we would like to express our strong objections to the proposed curriculum and scheduling changes for the middle school next year. We object for the following reasons and hope the school board takes these concerns into consideration prior to allowing these changes to be implemented. Number one, curriculum scheduling changes that have significant impact on students, parents, and teachers should be built on common consensus and support from all parties. These changes have been implemented with few details and limited, if any, public discussion. Number two, elimination of advanced placement math courses is against the state, national, and international focus on STEM education. Parentheses, pre-AP classes available to all students without consideration of previous achievement or testing is not an advanced placement course. In parentheses. Number three, advanced math courses, Algebra 1 and 2, will be offered at Mills Middle School within our district and other schools in the Little Rock area, and should be offered at all middle schools if students of appropriate achievement desired advancement. Tina Moore, the math program manager for the state, says they are not encouraging schools to move away from these courses in 7th and 8th grade. Number four, reasoning given for these changes is to be in line with the Ford NGL program. Discussion with the representative for Ford NGL from the Little Rock Chamber of Commerce clarified that there is nothing required of middle schools as part of this program. Number five, students of higher achievement and students seeking to close achievement gaps are put at a disadvantage when teachers are forced to educate students of all achievement levels instead of focusing on a class with similar previous achievement, parentheses, differentiated teaching, parentheses. Number six, resources required to institute a successful differentiated teaching approach can be much better utilized in PCSSD. Number seven, differentiated teaching is being instituted at many schools around the country but has minimal evidence of its effectiveness. Why experiment on our children? Is it a good use of resources to hire 20 new teachers to implement a method of teaching that has little evidence behind it? Number eight, in actuality, teachers already try to employ this methodology to teach students. If one way is not working, a different approach is attempted. However, as stated by our teachers, this is difficult to do in the current environment. The input of teachers should be valued. Number 9, teachers are afraid to voice their opinions for fear of retribution. Number 10, decreasing student time in electives, choir, band, sports, East, arts, etc., and core classes, social studies, and science, neglects the school's role in teaching children to be well-rounded individuals and focuses more on teaching for the test. Number 11, extending class time for all students despite achievement level limits those that are high-achieving in a particular subject and distracts from time that could be spent on targeting students that need extra time closing achievement gaps. Number 12, changes of this caliber that don't promote high achievement will directly impact enrollment in PCSSD and will drive families of high-achieving students to choose other educational options. Many have already stated they will not be returning next year. 13, offering ACT study sessions on Saturday mornings is not a sufficient substitute for higher learning. Additionally, ACT does not encourage 7th graders to study for the ACT unless they are using it for college admission purposes. It should be viewed as a learning experience. 14, if additional class time would be beneficial for teachers and students, then a true block schedule should be considered. 15, this schedule change is an attempt at a short-term fix to bump test scores with a teach-to-the-test focus and an attempt to force equity gap closure. Is an attempt to manipulate numbers to make the administration look favorable. Instead, the root of the problem should be addressed. We appreciate your time and consideration, and begins a list of 100+ signatures.
And I have a couple of comments from these individual parents. The first one reads, "We need Robinson to be the strongest school to compete with private schools." The next parent, "Teachers should be polled anonymously and value given to their input. As a former middle and high school English teacher for over 20 years, I can tell you that teachers will know which things actually work much better than admin or school board members who aren't educators. Children will suffer as well as the school district if you implement these changes." The next one reads, "I'm a mother of 2 children, one who is already at RMS and one at Chenal. I am also an employee at RHS. I am deeply concerned about how this change will affect our Robinson family. I love our schools and our community. I fear we will start losing families to the area private schools due to lack of advanced curriculum. I've watched our band and choir program grow exponentially over the past 5 years, and I do not want to see it put off to the side like it's not important. We've had amazing teachers at RMS for 2 years, and I do not want to lose these great teachers for any reason." The next parent, "It is ridiculous to think a middle school student should sit and learn math and English for 90 minutes every day. It is a shame that you would decrease the time for all other subjects and that you are holding kids back from progressing. Extracurricular classes, science, and social studies would suffer. I can tell you that band for a middle school will never thrive if it is reduced to such a short time. The band director has really improved its program at Robinson, and you will successfully room that progress. Even though I no longer have middle school students, I would hate for the curriculum to change as it being proposed. I feel like the enrollment for Robinson will decrease dramatically for both the middle and the high school. We have built up these schools over the last few years to be competitive with surrounding schools. Please don't ruin that." The next parent, "What happens to the kids that have above grade level expectations and need the social skills and peer interactions? Alpha program kids are not being challenged anymore if they are brought to a lower level, while the ones that need the help get all the attention instead of sharing the attention given to each individual." The next parent, not in favor. Next parent, "Please hold students at PCSSD to the highest academic standards." Next parent, "This is just another program that the district is experimenting with. You've adopted PBIS, AVID, new writing curriculum, new social studies curriculum, new math curriculum, new learning management systems, CFAs, and how many of these programs have teachers, parents, students mastered? None. Too many changes, too quickly, and now you are scrambling to fix it with block scheduling. You are focusing on middle schools because their scores are low, but do you not know where that starts? The elementary schools. What supports are you giving to the elementary schools so they can ensure that students leave their building reading level and on grade? You pack classes full because you won't hire any more teachers and then test our children to death. Then scratch your heads and want to know why it's not working. These language arts and math middle school teachers that will be teaching students are behind. They do not know how to teach a student to read. If a 6th grader is still reading on a 3rd to 4th grade level, do your teachers know how to teach reading on that level? I want to know very specifically what will be taught in these classes and how it will be taught. Stop introducing new programs and throwing our students on computers to let them learn from a robot. You cannot replace good teaching. You say you're going to hire additional teachers. Do you realize we are in the middle of a teaching shortage? Do you realize that no one has great things to say about working with PCSSD because their children are seen as test scores? Teachers are not trusted to make decisions for the students in their classrooms, and they are micromanaged to death. Please reconsider the changes you are making because they do not make sense for our children. The next parent. It is absolutely absurd to think that only one school in PCSSD would be allowed to teach advanced math. The next parent. Against. The next parent. Focusing on training teachers with explicit instruction for dyslexia students. The next parent. My daughter has done very well at RMS and pre-AP courses. My son will not be going in the future if these are not an option for him. Math is a strength for him, and he will be bored without advanced classes being available. Thank you. The next parent. Parents need full transparency from PCSSD board and administration. The next parent. Parents of an upcoming middle schooler, I'm disappointed with this was decided after we registered our children. Please reconsider this decision and do not change the schedule and classes for our students. The next parent. Why not do a true block schedule with an 80 to 90 minute class every other day?
Like I said, 4 points, bullet points, no 80-minute schedules, no 80-minute classes. I'll move my students out of PCSSD if these actions are taken. I do not approve, and clarity on what the curriculum will really look like next year.
And this last letter was from Laura Pregene. To whom it may concern, it has come to mine and my husband's attention that changes are being made to Robinson Middle School scheduling next year. If what I'm hearing is true, and I can only assume it is, since it came straight, excuse me, from Miss McNulty's mouth. Excuse me. Zero communication had happened with the parents up until yesterday, which really said nothing. Then I have many questions that deserve answers. I want my questions read to the school board at the next meeting. We deserve answers as it is our school, our children, and our taxes that pay for everything. Number 1, will there be pre-AP courses at Robinson Middle School next year? If not, what is the educational reasoning behind this? Number 2, are you making every student take 80 minutes in math and 80 minutes in English while simultaneously taking away time from other classes, including core classes that are equally important, history and science? If so, where is the research that shows the long-term effects of this decision? Number 3, I am all for helping our remedial students get the extra help they need in these courses. But to put this on all of the students is simply not okay. Why can't the remedial kids take 2 classes of math and or English to get what they need and keep everything else as is? It is exactly the same thing. Number 4, why did some of our board members know about the Ford NGL program but had no clue about some of the actual implementations of it? Seems to me all aspects of this program and future implementation of it should have gone through our school board and brought to tax-paying citizens to give their thoughts as well. Number 5, I'm also hearing that the Ford NGL program is a done deal, and no matter how parents feel or what opinions we might have, you are moving forward. Is that true? Number 6, on a complete side note, I would like to ask that next time the superintendent decides to host lunch for his teachers, maybe he remembers his long-term subs, paras, therapists, custodial staff, cafeteria workers that also work tirelessly every day for this district. It's a slap in the face to not get a burger just because you're a certified teacher. Thank you for your time and look forward to hearing your replies in a timely manner.
And quite often when we have public comments, we don't really respond to public comments because they're coming to us at the moment and we don't have the correct information. Most of these were sent in earlier, and there were obviously quite a few people that are concerned about many of the same issues. And so at this point in time, our superintendent would like to address the issues that are brought up and try to be in an effort to be very transparent.
Sure. And first off is, I think public comments are the essence of democracy in schooling. And I can't be more appreciative of the feedback we got and that we're going to work with and address tonight. When I look at what I would say the 15 concerns put out and with the parent responses and the parents signing the petition, when I read it the first time through, I got to be honest with you, I would have signed the petition too. Some of the things that were stated, for example, the concern of curriculum changes, impact on students, parents, should be built on common consensus and support from all parties, have been implemented with few details and limited in any public discussion. We're always looking forward to public discussion. The second, that narrative that we're going to lose AP, that would send shivers down my spine because of the importance of AP. And, we talked about Algebra 1, especially at the middle school level, as a bridge to high school achievement. As we look at the narratives of the concerns, two thoughts come to my mind. One is, I think, genuine miscommunication. So let me be clear that moving to a 9-period day, double blocking, ELA and mathematics is a district initiative. It's not a Robbins initiative. It's not a Mills initiative. It's not a Maumelle initiative. It is not a Mills middle school initiative. And we have been looking at how to support our middle school students so they bring mastery in writing, in comprehension, and summarizing materials at a high level, and not just sit in the classroom and have rote information and writing notes and moving forward. We always have a drop-off in performance from 8th grade to 9th grade. And given COVID-19 and the pandemic and some of our students' learning loss, and some of our learning loss happened to our high achievers. Because let's remember the year. This year was fragmented at times. Sometimes our technology didn't work. We had last March where we lost a month. So there was a lot of reasons to look at how are we going to support our young people in 80-minute blocks that are engaging, that are not just direct instruction and summarizing material and taking a test. But I want to address all points because I think all the points are really critical to understand and to start the clarifying process. So regarding communication, I own that. But we were also trying to piece together professional development from Ford NGL, by the way, and the recommendation of Ford NGL looking at problem-based learning, which is a key element to success in high school and university. I was a former university, one of the many jobs I've had, professor. And here's the reality. You're sending your child to the university, and they are prepared, and they've done well on standardized test scores. And then I ask them to read 5 texts and write 4 10-page papers. And they haven't had the experience of writing with structure, meaning, and purpose. How many of you, and in the audience, I've got some educators here, remember your freshman year? I remember my freshman year. I wrote the best paper I ever wrote, and I got a C minus because my professor didn't believe in D's. Success post-secondary begins in elementary school, and I agree with that, parent. And we are doing a better job of teaching kids in elementary school because we have extended time in ELA and mathematics. Now, let's take a look at concern 1. Curriculum scheduling changes have been significant impact on students, parents, and teachers, and should be built on a common consensus support from all parties. These changes have been implemented with few details and limited to any public discussion. There are no curriculum changes. Schedule change is not curriculum change. The same curriculum that we're using in AP this year will be advanced next year. The same curriculum we use in Algebra 1 will be in place next year, in science next year. Now we're looking to adopt I'm looking at Ms. Smith, a new math curriculum, and the consensus comes from our teachers. We have no input on the direction our math teachers go in finding what's best kids, because who are they working with? Our children. So the length of ELA and mathematics will be adjusted in length to ensure enrichment and mastery of the Arkansas state standards. We are not doing that right now. If you're a ninth grade teacher, you know our students aren't coming as prepared, even our highly achieving students, as they can be. Core and elective classes have been shortened by 5 minutes overall at Robinson and 8 minutes other across the district. That has happened. We're going to talk about the consequences of more students taking more electives and more opportunities of science by going to this schedule. The elimination of advanced placement math courses is against state, national, international focus on STEM education. By the way, we've just hired a STEM director and also of innovation. PAP classes available to all students without consideration of previous achievement or testing is not an advanced placements course. Here's a simple answer to that. Pre-AP math courses have not been eliminated at the middle school level at any school. And so when I talk about misunderstanding, sometimes we have misunderstanding and communication issues. But then I'm going to talk about intentional misrepresentation, because I know some of the parents who came up with this had conversations with our administration who said the same thing. 3, advanced math courses, Algebra 1 and 2, will be offered at Mills Middle School. Our Mills Middle School principal is in the audience. With our district and other schools in LR area, and should be offered at all middle schools if students of appropriate achievement desire advancement. Tina Moore, the math program manager for the state, says they are not encouraging any schools to move away from courses in 7th and 8th grade. All middle schools will offer pre-AP Algebra 1 for 8th grade students who meet the prerequisite criteria. Algebra 2 is not offered on the middle school level. We're going to talk about Robinson in a second. Mills Middle no longer offers courses above Algebra 1 for students. Is that correct? Oh, okay. Robinson Middle will offer Algebra 2 students who are currently enrolled in Algebra 1 for the 21-22 school year, because it is our obligation to continue their education. ADE, Accelerated Mathematics Pathway Guidance Guidelines, will be available to anybody who wants to look at it. So we're moving with the Arkansas Department of Education. Concern 4. Reasoning given for these changes is in line with Ford NGL program. Discussions with the representatives of Ford NGL from the Little Rock Chamber of Commerce clarified that there's nothing required of the middle schools of this program. So we received our professional development from actually Ford NGL on block scheduling. Anybody in the room was at that meeting? Okay, we've got a couple people. Yeah, so did we have that meeting? Was it Ford NGL? Yes. After several meetings with Ford NGL, it was requested that the project-based learning start on the middle school level and extend to the high school level. This creates opportunity for teachers to provide cross-curricular project-based instruction. Now, we can call any organization, right, and get various comments. So I'm going to read from you 2 bullet points from James Reddish, the Executive Vice President of the Little Rock Regional Chamber. The NGL model allows for small learning communities of teachers who are given the support and structures needed to deliver a team-based approach that provides the best opportunity for students to be successful. Our understanding is that the district is committed to aligning its high school schedules to better support this work and creating middle school schedules which prepare students for success in high school. Second bullet, we know that PCSSD has embraced project-based learning as foundational to the success of Ford NGL model. This project-based learning, which will be supported by Ford NGL technical assistance, has been proven to provide deeper learning and achievement for many students. Beginning this project-based learning through longer class periods at the middle school level will only help accelerate and improve high school rollout. 5. Students of higher education and students seeking to close achievement gaps, and this is an important one. Let me restate this. Students of higher achievement and students seeking to close achievement gaps are put at a disadvantage when teachers are forced to educate students of all achievement levels instead of focusing on classes with similar previous achievement. I read that as ability grouping. I read that as tracking. U.S. Department of Education, Office of Civil Rights. Title IV of the Civil Rights Act of '64 prohibits discrimination in assigning students to schools, classes, courses of study, or activities that receive federal financial assistance. No person in the United States on grounds of race, color, or origin, or national origin, be excluded from participation, be denied the benefits of, or subjected to discrimination under a program or activities receiving federal financial assistance. The requirements of Title VI apply to all school districts in the United States that receive funding from federal programs. Title VI prohibits the discrimination on basis of race, color, or national origin in the assignment of students to schools or classes. It also prohibits discrimination on the ability of tracking students. Number 6, resources required to institute a successful differentiated teaching approach can be better utilized in PCSSD. We all have opinions, and I respect people's opinions, but it has to have a basis of facts and evidence. However, we are always looking for feedback, and this is a great opportunity because there's some of the claims from the parents that have validity, and we need to look at that. As we continue to enhance our differentiated teaching approach via evidence-based research programs. Number 7, differentiated teaching is being instituted at many schools around the country but has minimal evidence of its effectiveness. Why experiment on our children? It is good use of resources to hire 20 teachers, and that deals with one of the questions about the parents, to implement a method of teaching that has little evidence behind it. The schools in PCSSD that implemented differentiation in their instruction have shown growth in student achievement with the use of small group instruction, technology, data-driven instruction, AP, pre-AP strategies from Advanced Placement Summer Institute, required by the state in order to teach AP and pre-AP courses at the middle and high school levels. The funds utilized to increase core instructions comes from the American Recovery Plan, which cannot be used for facilities and refitting a new school. 8. In actuality, teachers already try to employ this methodology to teach students. It's one way. If one way is not working, a different approach is attempted. However, as we stated by our teachers, this is difficult to do in a current environment. The input of teachers should be valued. Teacher input is always valued and accepted. As I mentioned, we don't, at the district level, decide what curriculum we use in the schools. It is teacher-driven, and there is no interference, because who should have control of the best tools? Our teachers, and we support them. Teacher surveys and collaboration meetings are opportunities for teachers to provide input. Teacher participation highly encouraged and requested. Number 9, teachers are afraid to voice their opinions for fear of retribution. PCSSD has always established open, positive communication among all stakeholders. We continue to collaborate with certified PPC to ensure that teacher voices are recognized, and I would be happy if either classified PPC or if certified is here to address that and be honest. Decreasing student time in electives, choir, band, sports, East, arts, etc., and core classes, social studies and science, neglects the school's role in teaching children to a well-rounded individual and focused on teaching for the test. This one, if this was true, I mean, you got my vote on this one. I'm for the whole child. At middle school, I was a middle school principal. I was a middle school teacher. Whole child, you can't deny it. You need to embrace it. You need to live with it. However, adding more classes periods. Remember, now we have a 9-period day at 42 minutes. We'll add more sections, which will decrease class size and more opportunities to take electives. That's my middle school math speaking. we will be adding, our elective and social studies and science teachers will be adding 2 more sections to their day with less students in those classes. So we lose 5 minutes or 8 minutes, but as a former teacher, I got 15 kids in my class, and I lose 5 minutes. I'll take those 15 kids because I'm going to build relationships with those kids sooner and quicker. And I now know how to do blended learning because I've been working with that, and I got Schoology, and we're getting better at it each and every day. And I'm still trying to remember the flashbacks of September, by the way, people. Concern 11. Extending class time for all students despite achievement level limits those who are high achieving in particular subjects and distracts from time that could be spent on targeting students that need extra time closing the achievement gap. Students will have the opportunity to extend their learning through project-based learning, and I have been part of project-based learning as a teacher and as an administrator. And by the way, Don Roberts Elementary School utilizes project-based learning all the time, and I believe they're an A school in the Little Rock public school system. Students will have the opportunity to extend their learning through project-based learning for environment to address students who are high achieving. Interventions will be provided for students who have learning gaps, but in my experience, rigor and enrichment for all students benefits the skill deficits. And the research, by the way, says that. And if you want to look online, 90-90-90 research, 90% poverty, 90% minority, and 90% achievement on standardized tests. And we'll talk about testing in a second. Number 12, changes of this caliber that doesn't promote high achievement will directly impact enrollment in PCSSD and will drive families of high achieving students to choose other educational options. Many have started that they will not return next year. PCSSD schools are on the pathway of creating schools of high achievement and excellence. We are committed to establishing opportunities and evidence-based programs to guide us in that direction. And I will speak as a former middle school principal where we had 44% proficiency in Illinois in 2001. And our parents would tell us, just want to survive your school. And then when we took a similar approach on extending ELA and mathematics, I had parents say that they were going to be leaving. 5 years later, they zoned our school to increase our enrollment because of our performance and what our whole child was doing in the community. Success breeds success. Concern number 13. Offering ACT study sessions on Saturday morning is not sufficient substitute for higher learning. Additionally, ACT does not encourage 7th graders to study for ACT unless they are using it for college admission purposes. It should be viewed as a learning experience. So, coming later, we're taking the ACT to learn, which is helping us teach to the test. This was voluntary. This was a voluntary based on needs of students. This was us being differentiated. If your child has specific needs, we will do anything we can. And look, not just in the particular school we have, we'll drive up to any school that will provide you an instruction that meets your child's needs. And that has been our priority. But here's on the research that's down there, and there'll be links online. Taking the ACT in 7th grade, should you do it? How do 7th graders who take the ACT test scores as 11th or 12th graders? Duke, tip. Should you start prepping for the ACT in the 7th grade? Mind the games, how college readiness narrows achievement gaps in college success. Programs such as gaining early awareness and readiness for undergraduate programs are aligned with the approach, and that they provide supplemental service to students and improve the academic behaviors beginning no later than 7th grade. And that's ACT and the National Council for Community and Educational Partnerships, 2007, page 45. Concern 14. If additional class time would be beneficial to students and teachers, then a true block schedule should be considered. And to be fair, NGL gave us multiple opportunities to look at middle school blocks. And I'm gonna be honest, we rejected it. Because a true block schedule, an AB schedule, will reduce the amount of electives a student will be able to take. PCSSD believes in the whole child and does not want to limit experiences for students at the middle school level. It goes back to numbers. 9-period day, 8 sections. We've got a lot of opportunities to provide students with what I would say a multiplicity of experiences in our electives, social studies, and science. And concern 15. And I want to say to the people who signed this, listen, I've been through this. If I've been reading this and I thought this was the truth, I wouldn't spend a lot of time on all the questions and deeper reflect, because the people who signed are good people and they care for the kids and they care for our community. But question 15 is deeply troubling to me, especially after the Judge Marshall's opinion on unitary status in a district that has been in desegregation court control for 39 years. The schedule change is an attempt at a short-term fix to bump test scores with a teach to the test and an attempt to force equity gap closure. I want everyone to go back to force equity gap closure. What does that mean then about the natural state from this perspective? This is 2021. An attempt to manipulate numbers to make administration look favorable. Instead, the root problem should be addressed. I'm not commenting on that anymore, but a couple things. So let's talk about real-world life experiences, teaching to test. And I'm living this right now, by the way. Allow students to be taught to the test, such as learning the driver's manual in order to pass the driver's exam to be an effective driver. I'm all about that. Please teach you the test every day, all day, with our young people as they do the skills test. Because I want our daughter to be very successful and teach this test, because he needs to have results. Good instruction teaches to the test. Formative assessments, common formative assessments, project-based learning. We're teaching to helping students master those skills. And I would argue that it is unethical not to teach to a test, because I'm setting you up for failure and deficit thinking. And finally, preparing students to master academic standards allow students to participate in programs such as the Duke TIP, Talented Identification Program, which is based on student performance on assessments that are standards-based. And I'm going to finalize this. If you read Judge Marshall's opinion on PCSSD, we will make mistakes. And I think that for me, and you can own this on me, we were worried about getting communication out because we're trying to figure out the schedule. We're trying to make sure that we had everybody understanding at our level when we're doing professional development for all our teachers. And we started that. That when we directed our principals not to speak out, that's on us. So transparency comes that way. We're going to make mistakes coming out of a pandemic. Okay? But we're always student-centered. And there's not one child from the families who's so concerned with the students, and I respect it. They came up and they made the public comments. I so respect that. On the other hand, it is our obligation as professionals to do what's right for every child. And if you read the opinion of Judge Marshall, he believes in the good faith of this board, of our administrators, and our students. And it is a 64-page report? 68. Didn't get to the last 4. And I urge our families to read that report after 39 years of federal control. We have now an opportunity to do what we should do, have done, and will do. And we will make mistakes, and I am owning the communication piece, because I didn't want to put our principal out there until we had better detail. So that's on us. But don't think it's a Robinson issue, a Maumelle issue, a Mills issue, or a Sylvan Hills issue. I had that, but I want to have some dramatic delay.
Oh, okay.
And we will take at heart what you're saying, but we will only take at heart the honest misunderstandings, the passion I heard in some of those. But I have lived the 80-minute blocks, and I'll tell you, the students engage in it. They love it. We can put social studies and science in it. We do STEM. Thank goodness we have a STEM director we'll be hiring. We can do field trips. We can do so many things with the time allotted, and we will have great writers coming to the high school. We will have great writers because writing is voice, writing is identity, and writing is making a stamp on who you are as a middle school student transitioning into adulthood. So, community, thank you. We deeply appreciate your response. We've taken it to heart, and you've heard our preliminary response.
Thank you, Dr. McNulty, for addressing the concerns of the community, because there were quite a few concerns. Do I have any other school board members that would like to make a response or say anything? Mr. Delaney?
Say Robinson Middle School have learned that Algebra 1 wasn't going to be offered in the 7th grade this year?
Well, first off is they had some communication with administration. But second off is it was going to be moved by the district math committee to 8th grade. Right now we're finishing off the grandfather class because there's very little research of the success of Algebra 1 in 7th grade. A great deal of research of success in Algebra 1 in the 8th grade.
Can a 7th grader at Little Rock take Algebra 1?
We actually looked, and I don't know if I'm going to ask Ms. Smith. We were asking around. We haven't heard of anyone giving Algebra 1 in 7th grade. Now that means it's not happening, but. Now, let me ask this, Ms. Smith, because you handled that well. Let's say we have a student who, in our pre-AP, is just rocking it, and they're showing that. Would we not accelerate to some of the concepts that are delivered in Algebra 1?
Well, I think so I took Algebra 1. I graduated from Mills High School, and I went to Fuller, okay? I had Algebra 1 in the 7th grade. Neither one of my girls would have set foot inside of a PCSSD secondary school if I didn't know that we offered Algebra 1 in the 7th grade. So I think these parents are reflecting to you, and I hope you understand that they expected it, and they were basically surprised that they don't have it, and that it does have a very significant practical effect on their students. And I want to make sure that, they're not here. They don't get to be here. They're like, most people in here are PCSSD employees, okay? This hasn't really been a discussion, okay? The last time I saw Robinson this upset about something was when this district tried to close the high school and send them to Maumelle High School. And I feel like if they had an opportunity to come here, this room would be packed again. So I'm not really sure, and I want you to understand this, that I don't know if a single parent, which over 100 of those parents, would be satisfied with these answers. I appreciated your answers, and this has been a little bit of an awkward way of going about it because we don't usually respond to public comments. I didn't know that this was even going to be happening, or that these concerns existed until a day or so ago. But I I do want to validate these parents on some of these things because they have actually worked very hard. This has been an organic thing. You don't get to like 170 some signatures on a petition like this if you don't have some like real upsettedness. And I hope, that you take that to heart because they probably, if I had to say, they will not be satisfied with all this. And I would encourage us to possibly look at like having some kind of event where they can come and actually interact with us instead of just have a response spoken to them.
Any other comments from the board?
I would like to know what Brian Munn has to say. That's his zone, so, Brian,
We-
what you think?
We share that zone. I appreciate Mr. Delaney's input there. I believe these parents are coming with these concerns out of an intention of wanting the best for their students, out of seeing what Robinson has become over the past few years and not wanting to lose ground, knowing now that they have the quality, the opportunity, some of the academics, some of the sports, all the things that are making Robinson an overall excellent school to attend for their children, a community school again. I just feel like maybe for them this was a big moment. We did not communicate the things that were put out there were, like, as you said, Dr. McNulty, maybe hushed to some sense, like not that we tried to stop it, but that we didn't maybe engage in fully disclosing what we were doing, so it felt hidden to some of these parents. It felt like things were not being disclosed, maybe intentionally, whether that was because of the timing or because of other things, other perceptions. So I feel like a lot of these parents thought this was a very large change coming and were frankly somewhat astounded that there had not been the opportunity for community input or their participation in the discussion. They don't know what Ford NGL is. We haven't really introduced that strongly as a district. We've only, as a board, talked about it for a few years as a kind of a pattern or a movement for the district. It's, our understanding, it's a Central Arkansas program that we're all moving towards. And quite honestly, I think of it more as an opportunity for vocational and career-based learning that maybe we didn't have, not as much bringing up achievement scores. That was my personal view on it. I appreciated that it was going to be for everyone, not just college kids. They were college-ready kids, that we were focusing on a program for everyone that college or whatever's not their avenue. So I don't want to be dismissive of their concerns here. I understand that some of the information, some of the concerns aren't totally what they should be, but that they are concerns and that the concerns are based on wanting Robinson to be what it has been and continuing to move down that path.
I have a comment. So, going through this and reflecting back, my daughter graduated in 2015, and when she was at Maumelle Middle School, she did have the opportunity to take Algebra 1 at 7th grade. And then because her group of students there was a large group of them, they actually had to bring in a geometry teacher to teach, because we did Algebra 1 then geometry at the middle school. And then when they got to 9th grade at the high school, they were able to have Algebra 2 and accelerate on through. She now has a degree in getting her master's in mathematics. Could not have done that without that pathway. But I do also recall shortly after that is when the Common Core philosophy hit the nation. And very soon after that, the state standards came down and they ripped all of that and that pathway and that opportunity out of our middle schools. When students were in the middle of those transitions and physically in those classes. And I remember the parents coming to us and my friends and the trauma that they had because their children now had to go and regress back at a 7th and 8th grade. A lot of you have been in this room and during that time and recall that. So I can see the anxiety and probably the perception of, oh God, we're here again, and things that happen. I get that, and I get that as a parent, knowing what we had to endure as a district and as a nation when Common Core did kind of rip those math standards and really watered them down. So hearing what you're saying, and I think that that is something that needs to be really crystal clear and really needs to ring true and be articulated over and over and over and over again to our parents and our administrators and our teachers, that while, yes, the state standards do say that we need to keep Algebra 1 out at 8th grade, giving our students the opportunity, I think, are going to subside a lot of that anxiety. And so that's just my perception on because this is a new program. And again, schools and educators have come through new programs. Personally, I love the Ford NGL. I've had an opportunity to sit and listen to it for a couple of years and travel and go see it firsthand in some schools in Nashville. And I can see the true benefits of it. And I think I just want to articulate to the parents, this is not just another great, grand idea that somebody just thought of on a Tuesday. This is really thought out. And I think the algebra has kind of been the sticking point and seems to be kind of a common theme. And a lot of that is probably from the anxiety of Common Core in years past.
I guess what I would want to say is the fact that in passing, it talked about some of the programs that we've been trying and acts like they're just coming through with AVID and PBIS. And those are two programs that, yes, they brought in, but AVID is seeing some wonderful success with our children. They're not. I mean, we've got kids that are doing things that are in advanced placement classes now that would never have even thought about taking advanced placement classes. So some of the things that we're bringing in are really helping all children. So I'm kind of excited about some of the new things that are coming. You don't have to just keep, doing the same old things and get the same old stuff. We want to look at new things to provide our students with the best of what's out there and help educate all children, and we certainly do believe in the whole child. I think this whole board believes in helping the whole child. But when we look at English, language arts, and math, those are two vital topics. They can't do anything if they can't do math and if they can't read and write. And so those are things that we want to send them to high school with better preparation. And so, I see double blocking as a real positive in those two areas. And it's, in my opinion, it's not so much teaching to the test, it's teaching children to be proficient. That's what I want them to be. That'll help the test, but that's not my goal. My goal is for our children to be proficient and above grade level and not below grade level in English, language arts, and math. So if we don't have any other comments, we're going to move on. And hopefully, like I said, this is not something we normally do, but we wanted to try to explain what was going on to the parents who are all watching online. And I thank all of those teachers that are sitting out there who came for a completely different reason for sitting there and absorbing all of that. Our next item on the agenda is minutes. You've all had a chance to read the minutes. Do I hear a motion on the minutes from April 13th?
So moved.
It's been moved by Ms. Gillen and seconded by
Second.
Mr. Thomas. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Pose same sign. Motion carries. The next item on the agenda is certified PPC presentation. Ms. Robertson.
Good evening to the board,
Good evening.
Dr. Rimley, Dr. McNulty. Well, guess what? 13 days left of school.
We didn't know that.
13 school days, it's a little bit, yeah. So we weathered the storm, right? We made it through. With the ups and downs, the roller coasters, right? A roller coaster ride through this whole year of how we're going to stay safe, how we're going to teach the students, right? How are we going to get through it? We're almost there. We're almost there. And our professional staff, our educators have done a tremendous job educating our students. Virtual, hybrid, right, traditional, all those. That was like 2 or 3 jobs in one, right, that we had to endure. So with that being said, and I know Dr. McNulty is going to come forward with more of this, but I just wanted to just put it out there that we heard you, Ms. Ward, on the last school board meeting where you said the employees something needs to be done for the employees. We heard you, loud and clear, thank you.
Okay.
My sentiments exactly, PPC sentiments exactly, and that we are working with administration to bring some form, a plan to you that will be approved, that has to be approved by the State Department. So we are working out all those logistics to make sure that we bring something to you, to honor all of our employees in Pulaski County. Also, just want to give a shout out to our education support professionals, which are our bus drivers, our custodians, our food service workers through this whole pandemic. The certified PPC appreciates them, right? Because they are the glue to our schools. They help our schools run. Without them, without what they do, we wouldn't be able to do our job. I know as I came into teaching, the first thing teachers would say is, get to know the secretary, the bookkeeper, and the custodian, right? Because those are going to be your friends when you're in the school, right? So I just wanted to give a shout out to them as well. Also, a shout out to all the Teacher of the Years that are here. Dr. Rimley, I see two people out here who were on our second grade team when you were the principal, right?
Yes.
Ryan and Miss Hom. Woo, woo, woo. They were the second grade team. We were the bomb. We were the bomb, teaching second grade. And also, happy Nurses Week to all of our nurses in Pulaski County. And again, I know that we've learned a lot of lessons through this pandemic. And Dr. Remy, something you said about forget about some of the old stuff, and then we're incorporating new stuff. And what you just said, I think through this pandemic, we've learned some things. Get rid of some of that old stuff we did, and incorporate some of the new things that we've learned through this pandemic. That's going to help, number one, our students, because that's what we're here for. At the end of the day, it's about how are we supporting all of the students in Pulaski County Special School District, meeting all of their needs, right? So I think we have lots of lessons to learn. Don't you agree, Ms. Smith? You know it. When it comes to curriculum, when it comes to our delivery on what's best for our students. And again, I want to thank the school board, Dr. McNulty, Ms. Smith with the curriculum, Mr. Johnson, all the central office staff, all of you here. Thank you for your support that you've given educators, Casey Daly. Just thank everyone for all your support. And we look forward to closing school.
How many days again? How many days?
13! May 28th, where we can all regroup because, again, it's been exhausting, but it's been encouraging, right? Again, it's been on the roller coaster. Some days you're on that high, and then some days you're on that low. But again, we're here to meet the needs of the students in Pulaski County. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Robinson. I know there's some teachers sitting out there that didn't think they'd make it to the end of the year, but you're going to. Thank you for those comments, and we look forward to the proposal y'all are going to bring together. Classified PPC, Mr. Chesterfield.
Good evening, Dr. Remley,
Good evening.
Dr. McNulty.
Good evening.
And ladies and gentlemen of the board. I just told Ms. Robinson, she must took my thoughts. But I'm gonna say this anyway, because this is my thought, or if she heard what I said, because she knows she's gonna go before me. But anyway, I want to say we are coming to another year school closing. Another year of school closing. It's been a rough school year. But the reason why I think it's been a rough school year for everybody is because of the pandemic. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the board, since the employees been through everything like Ms. Robinson said, I think it's time for the board to show the employees of this district your appreciation. That's what I think. Now, Ms. Robinson, I want to correct you on one thing. They are not just bus drivers, they are professional bus drivers. You need to understand that, Ms. Robinson, because everybody cannot drive a school bus. They tell you they can. They tell you they can, but they can't. They're professionals. I mean, I hear that all the time. You know, let's give support staff their due. But anyway, back to this board here. This is all I got to say. I just want to wish each and every one of y'all great summer, great vacation, or whatever. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chesterfield. And now we're probably to that part on the agenda where many people have been waiting for it. And it's exciting for me to sit out there and see so many people that I know that have taught my grandchildren. And so we're really thrilled to have you all here. So Teacher of the Year and Miss Jessica Duff. You've been waiting for this too.
Yes. I really need to applaud all of these teachers who are sitting here today because I emailed them and asked them to come. So your real celebration will be Thursday when we have our breakfast, but I want to give you a little shout out at the board meeting. Show up about between 6 and 6:15. You'll be done by 7. I lied.
Not tonight.
I lied. But I will say this was before we had the plethora of public comments come in that I sent that invitation. So I want to run down the list of teachers that we have, those who are here and those who couldn't be here. So hold on one second while I pull up, and I apologize in advance. I've been practicing your names. Yes, that's right. I'm looking at you. I know how to say your last name. Okay. So just stand when I say your name, and then we'll do applause at the very end, if that's all right. Does that work?
Okay.
Dr. Rilla? You want individual applause?
Yes,
Okay,
let's do individual applause.
Here, roll out for each person. April Belcher.
This is their moment, Miss Duff. They may never get it again.
Ashley Washam. Charles Kirby. Did I get it right? Melody Carson with Sherwood Elementary. Tamara Caston with College Station. Alexius Curtis with Sylvan Hills North. Mr. Edmund Hampton with Robinson High School. Jamie Garman from Baker Elementary. And Jamie, I just want to let you know your umbrella is famous on YouTube Live right now. I've had 3 people text me and said, "Who owns the flamingo?" The camera comes right down.
and just, board, I extend the invitation again for all of you all to join us Thursday morning at the Wyndham Hotel, where we'll have the breakfast celebration and announce the district winner at that time. I tallied the votes last night and announced it to our cabinet members this morning, so they know, but everyone else will be pleasantly surprised when we announce the overall district winner, who will go on to compete in the state Teacher of the Year competition through the Department of Education. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you to the work that all of you have done to represent your colleagues that you've left behind. You're doing a great job, and we appreciate it.
It is amazing and honored to work with all of you. And thank you so much for everything you do. And you are creating our future each and every day. So thank you. And we have a breakfast coming on Thursday. So I think we're all looking forward to that. Have a great evening. Drive safe.
Thank you.
Ms. Duff, are you leaving?
7:15, not too bad.
Lord.
It's really empty now. Nobody wants to stay? Hang out with us?
We've had some
Oh.
upstairs.
So the peanut gallery's gone?
Do we want to wait for Duff for the resolution, or can we go through that?
Be a good time for a recess.
Dr. Warren said.
Oh, they gotta let them out and let the nurses in.
Oh. Okay, that's nice. They're doing two. Yeah.
Right. Right. One group out, here come the nurses in.
Mask up.
Teachers out, nurses in.
This is kind of like the changing of guard.
Yep.
One group goes out, the next group comes in.
Nice transition, though. Yeah. Weird the COVID thing really wore down. Physical distancing.
We've had enough practice.
These the essential workers.
All right, Dr. Lee, we're going to have a quick role reversal, and Dr. Warren is going to do the nurse recognition, and then I will do the inspiration and education directly after that.
Not a problem. Dr. Warren,
All right.
we,
They kind of go together, these two, Duff and I were talking about inspiration of education, in the nurses recognition. To all of you board members, I'd like to just introduce to you and present to some outstanding group of professionals. Every May, we celebrate the importance of the passionate, skillful people who selfishly dedicate their lives to improving the lives of others, nurses. With National Nurses Week, May 6th through 12th, 2021, we're here to honor and recognize the outstanding nurses in PCSSD. I know I don't look like it, but this is 42 years in public school education, and never in my entire career have I experienced anything like this school year. Education, academics, instruction has always been the core and the forefront of public school education. Academics had to step back for a moment this year and let health services come to the front. The people that I'm about to introduce to you tonight, I wouldn't have wanted to be with any other group going through what we have experienced this year. My prayer at the beginning of this school year was that we did not lose a staff member or a student to COVID. And only 13 days away to the end of this school year, we've made it thus far, and I am thankful for that. of the nurses to come up. We have a presentation for you. But the first person I want to bring up is the facilitator of health services, Nurse Cynthia Hines. Will you come up? Nurse Hines is the fearless leader of this bunch. He leads them with diligence and a lot of experience. I wouldn't have wanted to be in public school education and bring health services to the forefront without her. And I have something for her that says nurses, exceptional people, essential care. And all those folders that she drags around, she's now gonna drag them around in this bag. I do appreciate it. Well, praise the Lord. I know that. She's going to call off each one of you all's name, nurses. When she does, I need you to come up there. And Dr. McNulty and I have certificates and other tokens for each of you.
Wear your mask.
Your mask.
These are nurses.
I know, that'd be bad.
Right.
We have for each
Come down
nurse
here.
a certificate, and come up when she calls your name. And we also have a water bottle here to keep you hydrated. Nursing, more than a profession, it's a calling. And I do believe you have all been called to this job. So if you would.
And don't worry about looking at me, I'm just gonna take action shots, okay? It'll expedite things.
Thank you.
Can I give her a moment?
If you stand right behind here, Cynthia, this mic will pick you up. And that'll work.
I want them to hear their names.
Thank you.
Yes, and it'll pick you up.
Turn it up, y'all.
The ones I have highlighted said they wouldn't be here, but call their names. She just had a new baby. Pod leaders, if you would, come get theirs and deliver them for me, please.
Or we can, you wanna do it at the end? Yeah. I'll help distribute them at the end.
Christy Gray, College Station.
Amy Gray.
Thank you.
Crystal Hill Elementary, Vicki Lawrence.
Thank you.
Harris Elementary, Carrie Ralph. Landmark Elementary,
you.
Suzanne King. Boston Elementary, Becky Thacker.
Thank you.
Oak Grove Elementary, Holly Townsend. Oak Brook Elementary, Jennifer London. Thank you.
be at the end.
Get you? Oh, there we go. Thank you so much.
Maumelle Middle, Amy Davidson. Robinson Middle, Jesse Burnett.
Jesse is the one that you told.
I know, I'm really happy you're here.
Yeah, that's the one I was like, okay,
I know. I was like, well, I thought you wanted to show up, you know, but.
We got clarification. Sylvan Hills Middle, Laurel Barrow.
Thank you.
Hills High, Melinda Berthia. Maumelle High, Mandy Simpson. Sylvan Hills High, Angie Hughes. Our North Campus.
Thank you very much.
Is our float nurse, Terry Jolly.
I am going to find you. I did. It's going to work out. A lot of excitement. Have a great time.
Sherry Traffinstead is our third float nurse.
That is the real reason I wanted her to read that.
I thought things went well. I really did.
She's finishing out the year at Clinton. And
I've got 3 more, so.
let's see, John Morrison, he's at Rob High, he's not here tonight. Angie Ringo was at Sylvan Hills High North, and she has decided she is retiring.
Okay.
So we can get that.
Okay.
Okay, board, what you didn't realize this year, and then you could have, each district, by the Arkansas Department of Health, had to recognize and appoint a COVID contact person that they called a point of contact for the district. With us being as large as we were, we had to come up with a COVID hotline team. And it's an exceptional team of nurses who ran our hotline. We were sitting here talking a few minutes ago, don't let that hotline ring, because she got it on. Don't let that phone ring, that hotline while we're here. But I do want these people to come up, because I want you to know who ran our COVID hotline this year. Nurse Amy Davidson is not here. Nurse Laura Burrow is here. Jennifer has the hotline on her right now. Come on, Becky. Now, Kim is not here. Kim Burry. Kim actually ran our COVID testing center.
All
She's the one who was in charge of all COVID testing for our employees this school year, and we're real appreciative of Kim and the job she's done. Our point of contact, Nurse Amber Abbott. Amber couldn't be here tonight. She's in physical therapy, so she couldn't be here. But I do want you all to know you're outstanding team, and we appreciate you for the job that you've done. Other part of that, Dr. Millman, Jessica's presentation goes right along with mine.
Oh, wow.
So normally every quarter we have an inspiration and education winner. People are nominated by their peers. We had a handful of nominations for the fourth quarter, and cabinet, when we were reviewing, it was a unanimous decision that one of our nurses needed to be and should be our inspiration and education winner, and that nurse is Amber Abbott. the accolades that she so very deserves, but the tireless hours that she put in, the many sleepless nights, the insane weekends that thankfully our HR team did help out with for a few of them. I appreciate it. Yes, honorary COVID team. The work that Nurse Abbott did was exceptional. We're so grateful for her, and I'm sure every single one of the nurses here could get up and say something kind about her. But you guys can just shoot her an email and tell her how much you love her. But we will make sure that we pass along your well wishes and everything too. She'll receive the award and then the $250 check that the Inspiration Education winner receives. So thank you.
Oh. Dr. Warren, we're so glad you brought them to us to honor, and thank you very much for all the hard work. This has been a tough year, and we know you've all worked extra hard. Long hours. Thank you.
Thank you. The real essential workers.
Yeah, you can in June. You can quarantine all you want in June and July. Enjoy.
Pause. Put your quarantine on
You
pause.
walked right into that way. You walked right into that way. That's on you. Totally on me. I gotta go. I gotta go. Wait, after you actually
Get at this meeting Friday.
Now the next shift is coming in.
We're just rolling them in today.
Look good. Like, forget it.
I think we're good. I think you can actually move over.
All right, if, Mr. Williams, could you close that door?
Open door policy.
All right, that was exciting.
Yeah.
That was all those teachers and all those nurses to get to honor. It's a good day when you can do all of that. Our next, item on the agenda is also exciting. We'd like to ask, Mr. Devin Bates to come up and talk to us about the, ruling that came out May 6th. And, we've been waiting for that ruling for, 9 months.
Yes, you have, quite patiently, I might add, and it is an honor to be with you here tonight, Dr. Emily, Dr. McNulty, and the board. What I'm going to have the honor to talk to you about tonight, of course, you've already heard mention from Dr. McNulty. He's and his team are proud, I know, of many of the parts of the decision that came out last week, and this whole board should be proud, and quite frankly, the whole district has a lot to be proud. There hadn't been a comprehensive trial like that in the past decade. And there had been a lot of hard work going on behind the scenes, a lot of work that was not recognized or not even noticed in a lot of moments. And it was a great honor for the district to be recognized by Judge Marshall and some of the findings that he made. And specifically what Dr. McNulty was referencing, I'll get into a few of the details and, of course, talk about the action steps. But first, I just want to call out that this was a lot of work that went in for the members of the administration and even some of the building level folks who were meeting and preparing for this trial and who spent 3 weeks last summer in the courtroom undergoing a lot of questioning, a lot of cross-examination, a lot of scrutiny was put onto them. And it was great to see that after spending 3 weeks with the educators, that Judge Marshall did come out and say that he didn't have any doubts about the good faith efforts that were being made in this district to educate all students and to comply with the desegregation decree. So that was really good news and much deserved recognition for members of the school. So I do want to just briefly summarize what happened in the court case. So there were 4 areas really on trial this summer, and I'll lump 3 of them together, and that's student achievement, discipline, and monitoring. And on those 3 areas, the judge, part of what made this opinion 68 pages was that there was just so much evidence to go through, and he made so many findings that I can't even begin to summarize. But he pointed out a lot of things that were going really well. He acknowledged the fact that all the witnesses said there was room to grow and improve and that things weren't perfect, but that progress was being made. And at the end of the day, in those 3 areas, he declared the district unitary. The district is complete with supervision. And that next takes us to the issue of facilities. And in facilities, there, as you all are well aware, there was quite a bit to talk about at that trial. The judge did make a point to talk about the work that's been done under this administration and specifically under this school board to fix issues that were brought to everybody's attention. Of course, he did point out some of the issues that still exist, and the district does have more work to do to become completely unitary in those areas. What he called out, and this is where I want to explain a little bit, there were a lot of arguments made this summer. There were arguments about all sorts of areas of the district, comparisons to Maumelle and to Sylvan Hills, and all these different comparisons. The judge really narrowed all that quite a bit. And at this point, he's narrowed it down to looking at Mills High School and what needs to be done to make that to what he called squaring up or truing up a comparison to Robinson Middle School. And so this kind of gets me to what I'm really here to talk about, and I'll be brief because I know you have quite a long agenda tonight, and that is kind of the action item coming out of this opinion. So, of course, for the past 10 years, more or less, the ball has been in PCSSD's court to comply with the desegregation order. Last summer, 3 weeks, the ball was really given back to the judge, and you all have been waiting for almost a year now to get that result. The judge has kind of put the ball back in the school's court on the area of what it's going to take to bring Mills High School and kind of up to par. And he did say that if it was going to get a grade, it would get an A, but he was comparing it to Robinson Middle School and said that Robinson Middle School would get an A++. And so what he's looking for is for a proposal from the school to address some of the areas. And I did mention this earlier, but I want to call it out again. He recognized the work that's been done by this board and by this administration to do some improvements at Mills High School, and he was very appreciative of those, and he commended those efforts, but he said he wants to see more. What more he wants to see, the judge didn't exactly say, and that's where he's looking for a proposal from the school. So what he has asked is that by August 1st, that the school present to the court a proposal for what they will do. Of course, once that proposal goes in, he could accept it, he could reject it, he could modify it. But what I am here to emphasize is that whatever proposal the school sends in, it needs to be something that has the full approval of the board, and it needs to be something that can be accomplished and fully funded, because it's possible, of course, that there will be a proposal that goes to the court, and the judge will say, yes, this is it, go do it, and so it needs to have the full force and commitment of the board. So I know that summer's coming up. Of course, we heard there's 13 days of school left, and I know that people are about to have vacations and a lot of other conferences and things going on. So as we're going into that season, I just wanted to emphasize that there's only a few, of course, regular board meetings left, and however the board wants to do that, whatever wants to be on that list. He didn't say it has to have one of these, but not one of those. He didn't say you have to go through any particular process. He, of course, did say that the intervenors, in this case, need to have a say, and I know that's something that matters to the board and the administration and would be happening anyway, but that's, of course, the one procedural step he gave us, but really he just gave us the deadline. So with that being said, I'm happy to answer any questions you have, and it's been an honor to represent you all, and really, it's been great, but it's also been a pretty easy task. We've had some great people at the school to work with who have done most of the heavy lifting.
Do you have any questions, board?
Well, I mean, I feel like, I heard you just say that there's not necessarily a specific thing, but we know through the proceedings and through the tours that there are specific things that we need to true up. I mean, there's the reference there of needing to do such. So will you help in guiding that identification of those areas?
I would be happy to do that as we go along. I will just point out there's one thing the judge said, and he was just mentioning things that came up. He's not, I don't think, saying these are the things that need to happen. He was just mentioning. He said various possibilities were mentioned at trial. New and dedicated space for driven program, new space for the ROTC program, more classrooms, or an arena. These are the things he mentioned. Like I say, he didn't really give a lot of guidance on that other than to say this is what some of the things that he's heard about, and he just needs a proposal. So I'm happy to work through and talk through and compare things, but some of that's gonna just be, the district needs to put forth a proposal and see what the judge thinks about it. Sorry, I can't be more specific than that.
Well, I want, when we put together a proposal, or when we read the proposal that's before us, is it, are we gonna work towards encompassing a lot of little things, or are we gonna try to enhance ROTC, enhance a couple specific things? I think that would help, maybe in understanding the value also that we're bringing in certain aspects. Fixing lighting doesn't feel as valuable as a new building.
And the judge does acknowledge here in this part of his opinion that dollars, and I'm reading now, dollars are finite and needs are many. And he goes on to explain that he knows there's a lot, and so I don't think, of course, he's not expecting a complete rebuild of something, but I think what he is expecting is just for these discussions to happen at the district and to have a proposal put forth that is it lights, or is it a new driven program? Is it one or the other? Is there a way to do both? What's the best way to spend the limited funds?
And Dr. McNulty, am I correct? I can recall, we've talked about the driven program specifically and the ROTC building specifically. Those are kind of the two things that we knew were kind of on our peripheral, correct?
Right. And Mr. Johnson's going to kind of give us a little bit of a briefing based upon, again, the court's response and the opinion and kind of where we are. But the importance of having interveners as part of the dialogue too has been set up, I believe, in the court's opinion. So it's going to, and the board, and so there may be opportunity for an intervener board workshop, working with our attorneys to hammer out a proposal that would be acceptable.
And that's kind of my question, when we're going to the PPC, if it's an idea that comes from us and then it goes to them and then it swings back and then we all embrace it. I mean, is there a proper chain of command? Does it need to be their idea? Does it need to be our idea? Is it collaborative? Because, time's a ticking. We do not have a lot of time to wait on something. And so I'm really glad to see that we have some initiatives set before us tonight to start getting that dialogue just going. So yes, when are those discussions going to happen? Because we need to get back in front of us, look at our funding, and get those things moving pretty rapidly.
I think that's a good
Whatever
point.
they are.
Yeah, I think that's a very good point. And like I said, there isn't really a set of steps or process. We're of course going to involve the interveners early and make sure that they're on the
But
ground
a very
level
clear directive with no clear directive on how to obtain it. Yes, got it.
And I want to further respond to your point, Mr. Bond, that these are the questions that the judge wants us to engage with, and I don't certainly have all the answers for you, but I think it's great that we're starting to have this conversation and just weigh those things and figure out what it might be. Well, I'm happy to answer questions at any point, but unless there are further questions.
And then I also guess, is a discussion with the interveners, is that something done as a board? Is that something that we are asking our administration to tackle and give us the highlight reel? How does that work?
I'm going to let Mr. Bates talk about our original discussion based upon that.
So there again, to your point, there's not a lot of clear direction around that. What I will point to is the Plan 2000 that we have, of course, been operating under. There is a process in there for providing notice to interveners and allowing them 14 days to respond. So I think that would be certainly a starting point to allow them to make sure they have an input. But no, there's no sort of requirement that there be a public session with interveners in front of the board. There again, it's however you want to proceed.
Setting the same precedence of how we dealt with them in the years past. Okay, thank you.
Okay, well, thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it and all your efforts that you've put in over the years to support the compliance with Plan 2000, and it's just great to see that all that effort has been recognized. Thank you.
Mr. Bates, we thank you for all the time you put in, not over the last decades, but just here at the very end, coming in and taking over and doing an excellent job. Thank you.
Dr. Emily.
Dr. Rimley, I don't have a comment or a question for Mr. Bates, but I just wanted to say my preference would be to have some kind of work session where we, line up, because we've got lots of funding like swirling around in terms of like bond money over here, ESSER money over here. There's, possible second lien bonds. My preference would be is that we sort of like try to take ownership of this and really. Because it's really one of our last tasks, okay, and then we could be out of this. So I would feel more comfortable, given the tight timeline and everything, is if we met and had like an understanding of the universe that's swirling around us in terms of like money over here and building level needs over here. Because the judge did mention, money is finite, but probably find out how finite it is and where we can get it from and what funding is eligible. But on the other hand, he talked about other needs of the district. So, you know, I think I would benefit personally from having some kind of workshop, you know, either with or without the interveners. It's hard for board members to talk to attorneys outside of a workshop or whatever, because you're literally like, I can't really talk to Austin Porter, you know what I mean? Like, it's against like judicial ethics or whatever for a board member to talk to an attorney. So I would personally, I don't know about the other board, I would benefit from having a workshop, and with or without the interveners, frankly, because I think it would help us kind of understand what our options are and what our sources of funding are to obtain them.
I think that's a good idea, because I think, I can't speak for the board as a whole, but for myself, we want to do this right. We want to do the right thing. We want to true up mills, if that's the word the judge is using, but we want to do mills right. And we also want to look at what money we have and what are the other needs, and make sure that we do it all at the right time and do it one time and get this fixed.
And to that, I mean, that's why I really like having it on the agenda, that what we're looking at today is to seek approval for design and pricing. Like, we could just say driven, we could just say that word, and it could be a lot of zeros, it could be a few, I mean, we don't know, and so, but we need to get a true design of exactly what that cost is gonna be, and what all the like, we've got an idea of the ROTC building, but I don't know if we have a true cost of it. Have we gotten that? I mean.
So we'll talk to Mr. Johnson, he's
Yeah.
waiting in the wings.
Well, you
super
kind of
excited. Anyway, but yeah.
Well, you kind of got ahead. I was gonna wait till we got to that point. So, because I was kind of, as I looked at the agenda and looked at the decision, I was kind of putting it all together. So, yeah, we got the idea we want to do this driven program out there, but have we sat down with the interveners and the people in the community, the stakeholders, the administration? Have we sat down with them to find out what direction they're wanting us to go? 'Cause I just feel like you said, we got one last hurdle. I think if we can get everybody's input, interveners, everybody, we can take that to the judge, says, okay, we all agree that this is the next step. I think that takes us a long way, instead of us saying, this is what we want to do. And then the interveners come and say, well, we like that idea, but what if we did this? We go there together saying, this is what we see. I don't know. That's just what I was thinking. So a workshop or something like that kind of gets us all in the same room. 'Cause that's the only way we can all talk. That we can't just have conversations without it being a workshop or open board meeting. That's just the only way to make it happen.
Well, since it's my zone, and I hear a lot from my constituents about feeling like meals wasn't up to par as far as the other schools, I think need to take it to the community. I think the community need to be involved,
Well, that's what I'm saying.
because I think they will carry a lot of weight with the interveners to let the judge know that we did show good faith in saying, hey, we value you since it's your community. So I think we need to start at a community level. I mean, but you can't just force people and tell them this is what we gonna give you, because we already seen what you gonna give us. So we need to take a different approach.
Exactly what I'm saying. Yeah, I'm
Exactly.
with you. That's
I heard
exactly what I'm saying.
Community, interveners, not this is what our checkbook says, so this what you gonna get. No, we had that before. So yeah, we need to take a different approach. I know everybody is kind of like, oh, I'm so sick of being compared to Robinson. I'm so sick of, well, it is what it is. So now it's time to pay the fat lady, because she's singing. Let's do it. We just got to do what we got to do now. Face what the last administration done.
So we need to
good
get
evening.
that started fairly soon.
Hey, Doctor.
And good evening, board. Since we basically jumped headfirst into this,
We moved you up on the agenda.
it seemed like this train had left the station, so
I figure this is like par for the night, right? It's just, I mean, it's just going right along.
There we go.
We out of here.
we've kind of had some preliminary discussions about how to move this process forward especially after Judge Price's, Marshall's decision based on unitary status. And so the biggest piece is to outline next steps and to figure out what those next steps are. So here are the things that I will offer for the board for this evening. There are 4 pieces to this puzzle that's unsolved. Judge Marshall's direct words were, the gyms are not unitary. If we don't come up with a plan to address the gyms, I'm fearful in August when it goes back before him, it's going to be a no-go. We've got ROTC, we've got Driven, and we got the girls' softball field that was basically not finished up to this point. And it wasn't finished because of how do you basically, we were waiting for input to come back from the judge to figure out how to move forward with the process. But those are the 4 components that basically gives us at Mills High School what the other schools have at the high school level. And so while we're trying to be equitable across the district to make sure folks got the same things, those are the 4 components that I will offer you tonight in regards to Driven. The second piece to this is the design and to establish the costs. I was seeking permission this evening to basically engage the architects to figure out the initial hierarchy overview of the layout of the property for those items that could be placed, and then start the discussion with the attorneys, the school district, with the school board, and the community, all involved. What that looked like, we've got about 90 days to get it done. So we got to hit the ground running. So tentatively, we've been mapping out, if you will, a plan to get started. And so I thought it was appropriate at this particular point to at least make that particular request to the board, is just to be able to get permission to move forward with laying out a plan or an outline for us to move forward. So that's why I had to get up on this. My thoughts.
Perfect.
I'll take any questions.
Well, and we'll keep you on the agenda where you are, and we'll vote on it when we
Yes,
get to
ma'am.
where we are on the agenda. But I think you said you want to involve the community. We want to involve the community. Obviously, the interveners, the board, everybody wants to be a part of it. But
Absolutely.
and really, we don't have 90 days. We have 60.
Well, 60 days.
It's a short time frame.
Short window.
But okay, we'll see you in a minute.
Yes, ma'am.
Next item on the agenda is Ms. Rowlett with financial updates.
How are we gonna pay for all this?
Yes.
That fund balance just went down.
Mr. Chesterfield.
Oh my God, good evening, and I was so optimistic about my fund balance. Okay, as you all see, you all have, as usual, these are our legal funds, Funds 1, 2, and 4. Fund 1 being the teacher salary fund, Fund 2 our operating, and Fund 4 our debt services. You can see our beginning balance and our ending legal balance and our current net legal balance. And I know I've said this for the past 3 board meetings. Don't let, we're still on track to meet our 16.5 is what we, 16.7 I think is what we projected our legal ending balance. So what I have done for you all is the very last column at the top of there is just our projected ending balance, balancing right now based on our numbers. I expect that to be better because if you go and look at our remaining budgeted tax amount, which is $36 million, I did call the tax office, and it's going to be higher because, as you can see, we're on trend. We've been trending about 3% higher, so it's going to be about $2 million higher than what's on here. So I am expecting that we will hit our targeted ending numbers unless something unforeseen comes. You can see that we have expended 80% of our budget. We have collected 67% of our revenue. So you can see we're right on trend with our budgeting, just looking at the numbers. So like I say, I feel good about our projected ending balance. We may have an opportunity to move some items out of operating to ESSER 2. We're looking at that. So that's about it. So if we have to drop that to do what the court says, that's going to probably drop about, I don't know, Curtis, about $6 million off this number. Anyway, that's where we are. Any questions?
Board, do you have any questions?
I will keep y'all posted.
Thank you. Next item up is construction updates. Mr. Johnson.
Back again. Bring you great news this evening. All right, so just kind of get started real quick. Robinson Sewer Project is complete. So the old sewer system has basically been demoed out. We've got a new system in place. The electrical is connected. And we've got grass seed on the ground, and we're going to grow a little grass and kind of spruce that up. So that part of that process is complete. Good news also for COVID, the water fountains that we ordered gave a 90-day lead time are basically starting to hit the warehouse, and the maintenance team is starting to install those across the district, and those are the bottle fillers, Mr. Delaney, that we talked about a couple of months back. And so, in essence, we're done with Sylvan Hills, but I'll bring Stacy up to let him talk about a few things from Bob and Michelle point of view. We're working on punch list items.
Yeah, like Curtis said, basically, we're done with both buildings. They've been turned over to the district. They're occupied. We do have a few small punch items. I think we've got some more topsoil to install and some more grass seed over an existing drive. We have a ladder to install at the Performing Arts Center building. That was kind of put on at the very last minute by the city inspector. Basically, I think everything went well and buildings are occupied, turned over.
So, board, it's a short report from a construction perspective, and that's our report for this evening. Are there any questions? All right, thank you.
Thank you. We'll see you again. Don't go far.
Yes, ma'am.
There are no old action items, but new business. Dr. Warren and Mr. Burgess, we have the student parent handbook.
21, 22, I can even hardly say that. But by state law, we are required to present to the board every year a handbook for students and parents in the district. Prior to presenting it to the board, the conduct or discipline section of a handbook has to go through the PPC. We have submitted it, presented it to PPC. They accepted it. We did have all the parties that the state requires, parents, administrators. The students were outstanding. This year, Mr. Burgess had middle school students on the committee that gave outstanding feedback. We had high school students from Robinson High, as well as students from students weren't Mills Middle, parent were Mills Middle. But we had an outstanding group of people who served to put this together, and I'm always impressed when our students say, hey, no, I don't think this, I don't think that, I don't like that, and this group did. So what we're bringing before you tonight is a result of those meetings that were held. This year we highlighted in there for you. You saw two colors. Anything highlighted in yellow is something that is new or revised, which Mr. Burgess talked about. Anything highlighted in red meant we removed it. It was in previous handbooks, we removed it. Specifically AMI, one thing I can think of off the top of my head that was removed, deleted, because state doesn't have AMI anymore like it used to be. The law changed and we do virtual learning versus AMI.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Yeah, we did have a very productive committee meeting this year. Thank you, Dr. Warren, for your support in that. A board member and our student who was a part of that as well.
My student too.
Yeah. You can have her. I'm just kidding.
So you already have the advanced copy of what we're proposing that is accepted for the handbook. I just want to hit a couple high points. I want to go back just a little bit to tell you that we worked very hard. This is the first committee that I became a part of when I joined the district, and then I became a chair. So I think now I've been chair for probably 5 years. And the book has.
He tried to resign, and we wouldn't let him.
I just want to get someone else an opportunity. So what we have now is a handbook that I feel very strongly about
being a resource to our families, to our students, as well as our employees. And what we had to do, number one, let's make sure that it is matching the reporting categories that the state is requiring. We've done that. So what you see before you this year is really just a continuing improvement of the book in that way. So that's why we highlighted for your ease of seeing what we actually did with the book. The high points is one, we definitely want to make sure that the position of the district relates to equity for all students is involved. So the opening of the book, you have a foreword that is derived from what Dr. McNulty has written for us, and that is in the book, so everyone understands our position with equity for all students in the district. Next, we have changed the handbook so that the administrators have discretion when they deal with situations with students. So when you look at that, you will see that there are the rules are based on the state reporting categories, but also we have a range. And the range there is so that the administrator, again, can have discretion, because there's some things that administrators know about circumstances with kids that are factors in when they dispense discipline in our effort to work with kids and keep them involved actually in school and not be excluded from school. So that's why we have done that. And when you see changes with the range, simply the range was changed on some of the rules so that the administrators had greater ability to apply discretion when they deal with student behavior. So what we want to do is treat the school as a community, treat the rule violations as a community violation, and give students opportunity to restore the community that they had a violation within, and keep them actively involved and make them understand that they are a part of, they want to be a positive part of their school community. So those are, in a nutshell, the actions that we took. It wasn't anything major. Another piece that I omitted is that we did look at verbiage. We wanted to use terms that were concise to what is actually being meant, so that we don't have so much misunderstanding about what is meant in the definition that we give for the rules in our handbook. And those terms were also defined in a glossary in the book. So again, we want the book to be a resource to parents. If there's a term that we use in the description of the rules in that section of the handbook, then that term is defined in the glossary portion of our handbook. So the book, again, is a ready reference to parents, teachers, students don't have to go outside of that book to determine what a word means as we are using it. It's defined inside the book. So anybody have any questions about what we gave you?
Any questions? Looked to me like y'all did a very good job.
Thank you.
Do I hear a motion to approve the parent-student handbook?
So moved.
It's been moved by Mr. Thomas and seconded by Ms. Gillen. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Pose same sign. Motion carries, and thank you for your work.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Next item on the agenda is Board Policy 5.26, Alternative Learning Environments. Dr. Williams.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Evening.
Before you, you have a reading for 5.26, as Dr. Remley stated. There has been some additional language added at the bottom regarding the hearing officer's ability to give students ALE in lieu of expulsion, which, as you know, we have to provide an alternative for our students based on our state policy. So that is our change.
Any other questions by the board? Do I hear a motion on Policy 5.26?
Motion.
It's been moved by Ms. Ward and seconded by Mr. Thomas that we approve Policy 5.26. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Pose same sign. Motion carries. Do we need a second reading? Okay, good. I'm always happy when we don't need a second reading. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you for your work on that. The next item is replacement computers. Ms. Black.
Evening.
Good evening.
I believe y'all had a chance to look at my proposal to replace some computers that are in dire need. Are there any questions that I can answer for you?
The funding source, I don't know that I've seen secondary workforce centers or.
Yes, sir. That has been, in the past, that was the money that we used to pay Metro or Pulaski Tech when we sent our kids over there. That was state pass-through money. The state automatically they don't include us anymore. They're just paying the school directly. So those were funds that we received payment for last year, because we get paid a year in arrears. So we pay the tuition this year, and then we'll get reimbursed for that tuition next year. So that's what that is.
Okay. So, I mean, I know it doesn't say operations, but it's
Yeah.
not an operations.
It's
fund. It has
not a
a
normal
funding.
thing.
Any other questions? Do I hear a motion on the replacement computers for CTE?
Motion.
It's been moved by Ms. Ward and seconded by Ms. Gillen that we approve the replacement computers for CTE. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Pose same sign. Motion carries.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Mr. Johnson, it's your turn again.
Yes, ma'am.
We're going to give you a seat right up front.
Good Lord, help me. Board, this evening I've got items D, E, and F of 10, and so the first being Maumelle High School football field replacement of the turf. I'm seeking approval for the $476,500 to replace the field. It is at the end of its life, and it is a hazard for our kids, and would like to basically get that process this summer so our kids in the fall can have a safe field. It also includes a 20-millimeter pad this time for concussion protocol to make sure our kids are safe as we move forward. I'm just seeking approval tonight for the replacement of the field.
Motion to approve.
Keller?
It's been moved by Ms. Delaney and seconded, by Ms. Gilliam and seconded by Mr. Delaney, because we can't really do Sergeant Keller, but
Channeling Sergeant Keller.
in honor of him. Are there any other questions? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Johnson. And
Yes,
your
ma'am.
next item?
Next item on the agenda is Sylvan Hills High School parking lot extension. It's $295,280 that I'm seeking approval for. And when we redesign the MPA and the IPF facilities at Sylvan Hills, there's a small portion of the parking lot that was not included in the fourth phase of the scope of work. And so it allows for fire trucks to have turnaround space, also buses to have turnaround space. And then two, as we prepare to look at what the band extension will look like in the future, we won't have to go back through as far as an extension of the parking lot because it would have already been done. So I'm seeking approval for that extension for Sylvan Hills High School.
And that money is already in the funds.
Yes, ma'am. In the surplus that we have left over for Sylvan Hills.
And that was my next question. What are we looking at surplus? After approving, or before or after? You tell me which way you want to go with that.
There's approximately $3.8 million that's left in the budget after all encumbrances and bills are paid. And we do have some contingency funds that we still have to pay out to vendors. But for the most part, I think we've got about $500,000 left in bills to pay.
So we could say closer to 3.
Yes, ma'am.
Do I hear a motion on the Sylvan Hills first responder access? Was that a motion, Ms. Ward? It's been moved by Ms. Ward to approve, seconded by?
Second.
Mr. Mon, any further questions? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Pose same sign. Motion carries. And now move on to your next one, Mr. Johnson.
Next item on the agenda is F, the Maumelle track and field design and planning. I'm just seeking approval to start that process to move us forward. I would like, since Devin is here, point of clarification if I can. I know that we have to engage the interveners as it relates to Mills feeder. Devin, that's no longer the issue outside of Mills, is that correct?
probably until we're declared fully unitary in facilities, which we're very, very close, it'd still be wise to follow all the noted protocols for any new capacity.
Yes, thank you, Devin.
That was such a lawyer answer.
But he cut to the chase at the
He
end.
got it, he got it, he circled that.
You got a yes, and that was all you could ask for.
So we appreciate Devin very much for his opinion. So I'm just asking for approval to at least start that process so that we can get it out for design and possible pricing. But I'd also, there again, goes back to us notifying the interveners, bringing people to the table from the community, giving them an opportunity to touch, feel, and kick the tires on this thing. And then
Am I correct that a letter has already been sent? Is that to
a letter to whom?
the interveners? Has a letter already been sent
Yes.
in regards to this?
That's
and
correct.
also the next item as well? Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
And there was a response by the interveners, correct?
That's correct. In regards to Driven, there's a response to Driven, correct?
No, and also the field.
Yes. to the field. So I'm just seeking board approval to move this process forward, to get started.
Second.
Wait, no, you make the motion, I'll
Oh.
second it.
She already got it. She's on
okay,
it.
never mind.
Hey, I like it. No, Tina, get it.
All right, so it's been moved by Ms. Ward and seconded by Ms. Gillen that we approve the Mills-driven program to start pricing and design.
This is the field.
This one was Maumelle. The first one was Maumelle.
Oh, this is Maumelle
The
Field.
track and field.
I moved quickly past that.
We can do both at the same time.
Maumelle Track and Field, you're right. So it's been moved by Ms. Ward and seconded by Ms. Gillen that we approve the design and pricing for Maumelle Track and Field. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now move to Mills Driven.
Same item, Mills Driven, seeking permission to move forward with pricing and design layout from the board, and here to answer any questions.
Motion.
Second.
Okay, I have a question.
Yes, sir.
I just remember, like, weren't we at one time, like, looking at, like, two sizes of the Driven expansion, right? Wasn't there like a 1.9 and a 2.9 or something like that?
That's correct, and those are just conceptual.
Yeah.
That's when Dr. McNulty and I first got here. There were questions raised about that, so we had the architects start, at least preliminarily, start trying to get some concepts together. Tentatively, we put it out to the building principal, notified the interveners of what we were doing. The building principal surveyed the building teachers to kind of give us some feedback of what they would like to see from a teaching environment. And of course, they chose option 2, which was the attached building away from the primary building.
The one with the 2.9 cost?
I want to say no, it was like 1.4 if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
Right? So the one that was attached to the building was almost $3 million. Okay? And so based on that, it kind of gave us some insight to how we would possibly like to move forward, and that was just conceptually. So we're at this crossroad now to try to fully develop what that looks like. And of course, be part of the plan that we're going to present to Judge Marshall in August.
So you have a sense of what you're going to ask the architect for in terms of like additional capacity? Like, when I say that, how many additional like seats or whatever could be added, to the capacity of Mills with what you're going to ask for? Or have you even gotten to that point?
We have not, but I will give you a snapshot into it. So what we initially asked for was 6 to 8 classrooms within the Driven concept. And I think basically it's about 11,000 square feet. With the building, 7,000 of it being for the Driven process and the other remaining 4,000 roughly being for ROTC as a dual purpose building.
Okay, so basically what's in your mind right now is a detached building that would hold somewhere between, like, in your mind going to the architect, obviously things change, but in your mind right now is a detached building with about 6 to 8 classrooms.
That's correct.
Thank you.
So I got a question. So
Yes,
this
sir.
kind of goes back to the first thing I was saying. So I want to make sure I got this right. So Driven is one thing, then ROTC, that's a different thing. Those are not the same, like in the same building.
Well, right now,
If you did it, would it be in the same building, or would these be different buildings?
So for right now, it could be either way. That's what, for us to flush that out, to figure out
Okay.
what it is. That's why I started off by saying, here are the 4 programming
Okay.
issues.
The reason why I'm asking that question, I'm thinking community. What is the community want? Are they want ROTC? Are they want driven? Are we giving them what they want? That's why I asked that question. So I didn't want us to start down this path with driven, and then we talk to the community, and the community say, whoa, we want ROTC. What do you? But that's why I'm asking that question.
But as far as driven goes, am I also under the assumption that if we do not put in the facilities at Driven, they will be the only school that does not have a fully functioning Driven program?
They do have a driven program, but it's located in multiple classes.
Well, that's what I'm saying, as a fully, like a full hub, like all of the other schools, so then it becomes an equity standpoint that we still need to do that from an equity standpoint as far as having the same services at all of our schools, so while they may not understand, or the whole community may not want that, Driven still has to be on the schedule in some capacity.
Agreed.
Yeah. And the existing programs that driven right now are still Robinson, Mills, and Maumelle.
And waiting for Sylvan Hills to come online.
Right. And right now they put a lot of effort in Avid.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
So, and that's why, like I said, Mr. Thomas, that's why I started off to make sure that I threw the programming notes out first. And it's on us as we sit down collaboratively as a community team to figure out what's the best pathway.
Good deal. I just didn't want it, like Ms. Ward was saying, I didn't want it to feel like we're putting this together and saying, okay, here y'all go. I want to make sure that they're getting some input in it. That's all. That's the only reason I'm asking that question.
Absolutely.
So,
Ms.
I'm sorry.
Ms. Ward?
So, Mr. Johnson, you're just seeking approval just to begin the
exploratory process.
The exploratory process. We ain't even got into how it's gonna be. This is just for you to begin.
Start the process.
Okay.
It's a talking point, really.
For the most part, yes, sir.
Mr.
I mean,
Lonnie?
you gotta have initial layout and design to be able to start talking about pricing, and then to explore the layout of what we want as a community for this platform to be. And so, without having something to start with, kind of shooting for blue sky, and really don't have anything to basically get started.
Mr. Johnson?
Yes, sir.
I can conceptualize and, visualize the ROTC in the classrooms. That makes a lot of sense. Mr. Bates used the word arena, and you specifically said gym. That is neither of those two, but are those two the same?
They're different. So let me clarify my
Potentially, that would
position.
be 3 pieces.
2,200 seat arena was the initial outlay for an arena. That was the initial argument throughout my time frame of it. One of the reasons that we were in trouble was because the argument was Mills was supposed to be equal to that of Maumelle, which seats 2,200. Mills does not. Mills seats about 1,100 something in the new competition. So that was a primary concern. But Judge Marshall's statement was gyms were not equal. That was his exact words.
So is the gym going to be your priority?
I'm going to say we're going to basically work as a team and basically create that as a team.
Because a gym is a lot different than a classroom.
It would be correct.
And I could see having a detached building with a gym and classrooms, but maybe not a gym and classrooms and ROTC and an arena.
Again, it's for a long discussion for all of us.
Got bigger.
But there are options at play, so let's talk about that.
I mean, I'm thinking about the Champion Center, where you have things on 2 floors and it's built. So I understand kind of what you're saying about laying it out.
Correct. Well, and the other piece is we can also utilize what we have. So, for example, the auxiliary gym. So if we bring in a new 2,200 seat arena to meet the obligations for the courts, so to speak, you now have 3 gyms. In all actuality, the current competition gym becomes the auxiliary gym.
Right.
The auxiliary gym can shift to become classroom. So where we were short in classroom space, I could possibly get 5 or 6 classrooms out of the current auxiliary gym. So it's a thought process for us to sit at the table and think collectively as a team to figure out what's the best pathway. Just a thought.
We had a motion on the floor from Ms. Ward, and I believe it was seconded by Ms. Gillen, to approve the Mills High School driven program to seek design and pricing. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Pose same sign. Motion carries. Thank you for your hard work to date, and thank you for all the hard work and the long hours we know you're going to put in.
Thank you, sir.
We, I'm sure, are going to be at night meetings.
Yes, ma'am.
We need you, Dr. Johnson.
The next item is Chromebooks for pre-K staff and students, Ms. Stolzer and Mr. Young.
Good evening, Board. Nikki could not be here tonight, so I am filling in for her. We are seeking approval to purchase 600 Chromebooks for the pre-K program. These are the same Chromebooks that we just purchased for all the students. It's going to come at a cost of $263,195.25, and that's going to be split between one of her pre-K development grants. That grant will cover $75,606.42, and then the remaining $187,588.83 will come from ESSA 3 learning loss. These Chromebooks are going to be used should the pre-K program need to pivot. These will go home. They would be using their learning management system, Seesaw. Currently, they've been using some very, very, very old iPads that have pretty much died. And so this would bring them up to speed. It would cover everyone in her program from students.
Any questions about the pre-K, Mr. Vaughn?
Well, again, I don't see operations listed there, so you have a funding source. Two, didn't we just vote to get off of Chromebooks for a different model type? We are, as a district, the non-pre-K, aren't we moving away from Chromebooks? Didn't we vote?
No, actually, we were moving away from iPads.
Okay, maybe it was the iPads.
The iPads.
Maybe we replaced them.
Because Chromebooks have really developed to the point where now they really are a functional iPad.
Okay.
And
I thought we had, because we had IT up there. I knew we had something,
We're
but we
buying
voted
all
on
new
with
ones.
new. Okay,
Yeah.
it is.
We're buying all new ones.
So I was just asking, are we doing the same thing?
No, in fact, we like the iPads because, especially with iPads, stop again. We don't want that. We're doing the Chromebooks because they are really able to take the punishment.
That is correct.
We could run over in cars, I believe. Is that not correct?
And just as a clarification, I do recall that in the past we've used the iPads because of the tactile, because of their skill level and things like that.
That's correct.
We are going to have a lot more opportunities with using some programs on our Chromebooks. Is that?
That's correct.
Is that good?
Those Chromebooks, they've really come a long way, and with their touch design and their tablet design, so the Chromebooks, they'll flip completely over. They've got the touch screen. It's just like, it's the same.
And they're
tactile.
durable.
Yeah, absolutely, they're durable and
Second.
a little bit more affordable.
So do I hear a motion? Motion by Ms. Ward, second by
Ms. Gillen?
Ms. Gillen. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Pose same sign. Motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Young. Next item on the agenda is classified allocations. Ms. Burgess. Ms. Burgess. That's old. Carol Burgess.
That's okay. Good evening, Board.
Good evening.
Before you, you have the 21-22 support staff allocation proposal. Do you have any questions?
Question. I was gonna ask this later anyways in the consent agenda, because I'm not sure. The 20 teachers we spoke of that we are hiring for the middle schools to support the change in schedule, is that part of this allocation?
No.
No,
Okay.
that was
Where do we find that?
Actually, that's just part of our district allocation outside of the board. Ms. Burch, you can explain a little bit better on that, but it's a process that we continue to do.
Yes, when we go through the master scheduling piece, anytime we try to allocate for our students and teachers, then we don't take the number of teachers through the board. It's only positions outside of that. And so we staff based on our enrollment and the curriculum needs for our students. And then they come through the consent agenda at a later time.
Okay, so I'm not. It's the 20 is a estimation or is a firm number?
Well, I think we're actually at, and I'm looking at Ms. Smith, I think we're at like 22 now.
So-
To make sure that the course loads for the people doing block are much smaller. Again, it's to build those relationships and ensure instruction.
And I know in our discussions, the word coach, what is the title of the 20? What do we actually, they are
Teachers.
certified teachers.
Certified
They
teachers.
They're not, anyways, they're not non-certified.
Right, and I think we've done a good job of, we've got a head hiring process, and I think we're in pretty good shape with that. It really is important, and then they're gonna be going through the professional development training that our current teachers are. And we did the ELA again last week, and it was a strong success. And, I think, again, we're gonna do a really good job explaining to our parents, because I think it was a justifiable concern, because if I'm a teacher and I'm talking for 15 minutes, and I let the students sit for 65, that would be bad, and we would never do that. And what you're looking at is large group instruction, small group instruction, and then student facilitated learning, and at the end of the period, an evaluation of mastery. And when we're talking about accelerated programs, that's even better for our students who need the enrichment or achieving, because what we do when we have short periods is we send our kids home to practice what they've learned, but we're never sure they've learned it, and sometimes the homework becomes bad practice. They utilize the wrong strategies in their homework, and that's harder to reteach. This occurs during the class periods, so you're going to get less homework, but more mastery. How do you do, Ms. Smith? All right.
Any questions about the classified allocations? Seeing no, do I have a motion to approve? Motion, Ms. Ward. Second? Second, we'll let Mr. Thomas carry the second on that one. We'll try
I'll give you that one, you can have that one.
Any further questions? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you
For
all.
your work on that. Next item on the agenda is comments from the board.
I'll start off. What day was it? What day did we have that? Monday, Tuesday? Dr. McNulty, what day were we at College Station?
Oh,
Friday.
yeah, that was Friday. It was amazing.
Friday, College Station hosted a appreciation celebration for all their volunteers and stakeholders that has come through during the pandemic, and it was wonderful. They had each grade of children out with signs saying how appreciative they were and saying thanks, and they had a parade, and it was a very, very nice, well put together event. They gave them plaques, and I think they'll be getting a lot more support just by showing that they appreciate what was done during the pandemic, that no one was trying to be recognized, but they were just doing it because their heart was in it to help that community school. And I mean, it was a great event, and I just want to give big props to College Station, Miss Nash for putting everything together, and Miss Evans, and also Miss Carpenter, the principal at College Station. It was a very great event. I just want to make sure I'm saying somebody. And thanks to Senator Chesterfield, because we did go down to the state capitol, and we were recognized for the Mills basketball team and Coach Cooper. And it was an honor to be on the floor and to get, recognition for them to pause everything that they were doing to show those young people that they really appreciate their hard work and efforts. I think that's it. All right.
Thank you, Ms. Ward. Board members, any other comments?
I wanted to talk about, a couple weeks ago, I was invited to Silver Hills High School, Dr. McNulty was as well, to meet with a group of students. Student Voice is a group of students that's chosen by teachers, just to be the voice of students. And they wanted to just share some thoughts they had about MAPS testing and ACT Aspire. And it was really good dialogue. They got to learn some things from Dr. McNulty about some of the reasons why we do the testing. And it was really good to see that we have students that are involved in not just the schools, but in the community, but they want to be leaders. And so it's teaching them some principles about leadership, about being a voice, about being able to sit down and talk to someone and have dialogue and not be angry. Just have some dialogue. So it was really, really cool. So me and Dr. McNulty talked about it. I think it's something we're going to look at trying to take into all of our schools in the district. So I look to hear more come out of that. I encourage you guys, whenever that does happen, to go and sit down with these groups and just listen to some of our students that are, they're going to be future leaders. That's what I saw in that room was future leaders. So I was very impressed.
I think it was pretty clear earlier that a majority of the comments and families that submitted their names on that petition from the Robinson feeder pattern. I don't know if other communities were submitting or talking. I'm not sure. I don't have a good feel for that. What I do want to say, again, for them is I know a lot of those families and I know a lot of the names that were on that list. I think their intentions were pure and their desire, again, is to ensure the opportunity for their students and for their community school. I would ask for the administration to plan some type of follow-up, whether we don't really do a lot of community events out there. I can't think if we ever had a community event maybe outside the millage, so bad reason to have one sometimes. Can we look at doing something as a follow-up? Mr. Delaney brought that up earlier. Whether that's a little bit more information. I saw the video. I saw the PDF. Those were good summaries. I don't know that those would have answered a lot of these what-if questions and how does this impact. Good summary. So backpacks, a little bit more information, maybe Robinson specific or not, however you want to handle it. But I think with as many families as put their names on that list, it would be a good outreach to try to give them another opportunity to speak, or at least dialect back since they can't be here.
I mean, if we have problems, we can figure out a way for them to interface directly with the administration instead of through, write a letter, then somebody else writes a letter, everybody reads things, nobody's in the same room. That's not a dialogue. So my ask would be, and it's just one board member, that we figure out how to interface with these parents, because they'll be somewhere else next year. They will go.
My vision is being in a gym, in a cafeteria, having a conference. That's what I envision. I think we need to get some information out to follow up the meeting, factual information that the district wants to present, like there will be Algebra 1. There are no pre-AP. Of course, I know some of that was included in the summary. But I think there probably needs to be an offering for parents to come to the school and have a type of conference.
Yep, I agree.
And focus on the mechanics, okay? Like the actual mechanics of how things will work, because that's what parents like. When I read this stuff, I read people that do not understand the mechanics of how next year will work. Now, whether or not that's actually, been explained to them properly, I'm not going to weigh into the middle of that. But when I see, this type of, response, and those numbers will grow, because I know that movement was organic. There wasn't like one ringleader who just pressured people to sign that. That went like sort of like viral. And these are people that they're craving information and they do not understand the mechanics. So, if you have to go like minute by minute and explain to them how the schedule will work and the practical effects of things, that's what they need. Whether or not it actually happens or not, I can tell you that that's what they need to feel comfortable, sending their kids back, in this environment.
Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot to ask the nurses while they were here. Well, I didn't get a chance to. I wasn't going to ask them anyway. But what are we going to look at as far as the district with this new Pfizer vaccine coming for 12 to 15. Is that something that the administration talks about? And, or how do y'all handle that as far as?
I'll answer my superintendent first thing, so I'll do the 12 to 15.
Okay.
And I guess just from having been in this district for so long, I have to once again say kudos to the administration and to all the people that testified last July and gave up 3 weeks and a lot more than that, and worked very hard. And I also actually want to thank Judge Price Marshall, because he listened and he wrote a very well-written, anybody can understand opinion. And so I want to thank all the people, not just Devin Bates, but everybody that's worked for so many years. And I appreciate that Judge Marshall saw the board's willingness to want to make things right, and heard that, and has faith in the administration, clearly, has faith in the board. So I'm very pleased of what Judge Marshall had to say. With no other comments from the board, superintendent's comments.
Yeah, I actually have quite a few, so thank you very much. Let's talk about 12 to 15 with Pfizer. That just came out. Dr. Warren brought it to us, and I think we're going to look at how we could, within the last parts of the school year, set up some opportunities for vaccines. I know that the high school level we had smaller turnout than we had anticipated at all 4 high schools, but we want to have those opportunities for our students to come in and receive the vaccine. So I think that's right on target. I love the community response. I think that's part of democracy, and that's part of what we need to do as a society. And I also think it's really important that when we have these beliefs out there, or these notions out there, that we just be upfront and we need to confront them, because some of them are true, and some of them were not an accurate portrayal of what we need to communicate. I think it's be a great idea, but this is going to be not a Robinson decision. This is all the middle school decision, and it's going to be put forward as a middle school decision. From the reading from the comments and reading from with the board, I think there'd be really good discussions around learning services and algebra at the middle school level, and the weight of that. So yeah, I think that if we've done a prom, which by the way they all went well, we have an opportunity for some community discussion. But I think I also need to say too is that we give grace to our communities and our families, and I think at this point we do need grace too, because we're coming out of a pandemic. And as I said before, our communication as we were trying to figure out what Fort NGL needed, what we needed, and what our students need coming out of learning loss and the state's initiative, we want to make sure that we handle the learning loss, but we don't forget the students who need acceleration. And that's our obligation, and that was Judge Marshall's statement to this board and this community. So I'm excited for further dialogue, and we will definitely have it, but what we will do across all the middle schools, and that conversation needs to happen in all the middle schools. So I want to thank the community for reaching out, and looking forward for more dialogue. One last thing, because I wrote this and I scrawled it, we have graduations coming, and it's been a long time, and we're real excited. So Sylvan Hills High School, we have on May 15th, on Saturday at 8 p.m. We have Maumelle High School on May 21st, 7 p.m., Friday. We have Mills University Studies at 9 a.m. on a Saturday, May 22nd. And we have Robinson High School, and that is Saturday, May 26th at 11:30 a.m. May 22nd. That was, thank you, Dr. Williams. It does say May 22nd on it, but I wrote it differently than I should have. And again, my kindergarten teacher is not feeling all that good about that. We will also be live streaming through katv.com. Ms. Duff, if you're out there you are. She has organized that for a very professional live stream of our graduations.
anything else? That's it?
Yeah, I thought that was quite a bit.
Oh, well. I was so excited when you got to graduation that I tuned out. Consent agenda is the next item on the agenda. Do I have a motion? I have a motion from Mr. Thomas and a second from Ms. Ward to approve the consent agenda. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Pose same sign. Consent agenda passes. And then I believe we have a waiver hearing. Waiver hearings are open to the public?
We have two. We have one hearing.
We have
and
two
one
waiver hearings?
No,
Two waivers.
one waiver and one hearing.
Okay, so we have,
Oh, my goodness, thank you so much. I do want to recognize, I apologize.
you do have more.
So, in the consent agenda, we have Director of STEM.
a strong team.
It is a strong team.
Such a strong team.
The support is much needed at times. We're just blessed to have Director of STEM and Blended Learning, and that's Dr. Justin Luttrell. Stand up, please. And
Justin,
we
would
have
you do me a favor, Justin? Would you just take your mask off for half a second so we can see what you actually look like, so that next time when we run into you, we know who you are? Okay, you can put that on.
Nicely done. And high school assistant principals, Michelle Camp. Congratulations.
Same thing, Michelle, so we know.
There you go. And Teresa Mocha.
Mask.
And let me just tell you, we continue to be blessed by the individuals we're bringing into the district, and I am excited for next year, so thank you.
All right, so now we move on to, we're gonna do the waiver hearing first, Ms. Burgess? Waiver hearing first, and waiver hearing is open to the public. Yes, we're gonna take an 11-minute break.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
All right, you want?
I took all this stuff.
Pardon me?
Thanks. I gave it to Shelby.
Learn something new.
Hey,
But
I do every day.
whatever we started doing, because like we have people that have been with us, whatever they started, a new system they started checking, stuff started showing up. They have been here for
I know,
20
they've been
years.
working for us. Been convicted of any of that stuff?
Well, he was probably discharged.
Like alarm.
Do what? He might have been young enough for that in the beginning. But I took his word for it.
Are you already equipped, or do you?
I think,
I'm equipped. Maybe.
I'll look the same. So there's a letter.
That was Raphael's. Now I'm looking for Hunter.
It's right there.
Hunter, Mr. Hunter.
There we go. Thanks. You're doing a good job tonight.
Try my best.
all right, Ms. Burgess, you have a second waiver for us?
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Henry Hunter Jr. Mr. Hunter has been working for us at the Center of Innovation as a custodian. He also has one disqualifying offense that he provided to us from the Department of Education. He too has a letter of recommendation from Mr. Robert Carrillo, who is a custodial and ground supervisor. One other person that gave me a verbal things about Mr. Hunter was Dr. Warren. She works with Mr. Hunter closely when she uses the Center of Innovation, and she was missing him because when we had a meeting, she could tell that he had not been there. And so, so she was like, I wish I had known. She said I would have written him a letter of recommendation because he's always there to assist, and he's part-time. So that speaks a lot for Mr. Hunter and the things that he's done at the Center of Innovation.
How long has he been working for us?
2 years.
2 years. And your disqualifying event happened in 1987, just a year or two ago, right?
Years old. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's not even in my character.
And I guess I will ask the district, so there's nothing in his file currently of any issues or any failed drug test or anything like
No,
that?
ma'am.
Okay.
It's the recommendation of the district to put Mr. Hunter back to work, hopefully.
Fantastic.
Can we make a motion? What does that do?
You can do whatever you want.
I'd like to make a motion.
Oh, I see,
Accept.
I see. I got it.
The district's
Ms. Ward?
recommendation. I'd like to make a motion to accept the district's recommendation. To put it back.
It's been moved by Ms. Ward to accept the district's recommendation. Do I have a second?
Second.
It's been seconded by Mr. Mon. Was that you?
Yes.
It's been seconded by Mr. Mon. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Congratulations, and we're glad to put you back to work.
push the green button, green button, green button, green button, green button. Yeah.
I like seeing it ahead of time, though.
Thanks, sir.
Does help.
One of these,
Oh, yeah, thank you.
Now, we still have a hearing, right?
yes, ma'am, but it's no attorney.
And it's all set up. Thank you.
We're gonna hire him on.
He's a good secretary. He runs around and
I didn't have.
Yes, sir, I'll get it. Thank you, ma'am.
On it. Thank you. I feel you. Want to see my 5-year-old before she go to bed.
Yeah.
Yeah. Start reading.
I'll just start it all.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, now then, this is a personnel hearing. Is Ms. Edmonton here?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. The meeting's called for the purpose of hearing the recommendation of the superintendent that the contract of a classified employee
on. Do I have a recommendation?
I move that the board accept the superintendent's recommendation that the employment contract of Erica Edmondson be terminated.
Do I have a second?
Second.
It's been moved by Mr. Mon and seconded by Mr. Delaney that we uphold the recommendation of the superintendent. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Pose same sign. Motion carries. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
It's been moved by Ms. Gillen and seconded by
Second.
Mr. Thomas that we adjourn. All those in favor say aye. Aye. We're adjourned.